you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way
They go out, we go racing, and it is a good start there from Connor Halfer. But around the final corner, it is going to be the number 78. Connor Halfer takes the victory here in the Micro Max final. Stay in formation, and the lights go out, we go racing, and it's a good start then from the number 129. That is, of course, Tygo Holthausen, who takes over the lead in this one.
we make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like 3, 2, 1 thing line. I'm cutting.
And Daan is deciding to give a little bit of a push towards the hairpin then. For the final time, to take the checkered flag, it's going to be Julian Dermer who takes the victory here in the Minimax final.
Ja, es ist sehr gut, es ist ein gutes Gefühl, auf seiner Heimstrecke zu gewinnen. Ja.
Het ging best goed. Pre-finale was ik eerste, maar ja, finale. Nummer 1 heeft gewoon super sterk gereden en ik vind het een prima weekend.
Ja, het was wel leuk. Het is mijn eerste top 3. Het ging super goed. Ik had een 4e kwalificatie gisteren. Ik ben best goed in de regen omdat ik heel lang op slicks heb gereden in de Rockies. In de 4-takt, dus het ging wel lekker.
And the lights go out, we go racing now. We are racing, and up the inside goes that 296 of Brand van der Weken. See, how about this for a battle then? There goes Albazaki. Boaz Maximov takes the victory in the Max Juniors.
Ja, het ging hartstikke goed. Aan de start was een beetje moeilijk, maar daarna goed doorgekomen. En ja, vanaf rondje 4 de leiding weten te pakken en gewoon een heel groot gat weggereden.
Hoe was het om hier in de regen te rijden?
Het was moeilijk, want er lag heel veel regen op de baan, dus moeilijk om goede tractie te vinden. Maar uiteindelijk, ja, het plaatje klopte dit weekend, dus we staan nu heel goed. We staan nu eerste met een heel groot gat, dus we hopen dat we dit vast kunnen houden.
We do go racing this time, and it's a good start there for the 466. That's Wout Kirstjens. And now looking for a move down the inside in towards the left-hander. There's contact between the two, and towards the line to take the checkered flag. It is Mika van der Paven. The red lights go on, and they go out, and it's a launch off the line then for Van der Herk. He takes the lead then through in towards the first corner. That's a spin-off, that's the 136. That's Steen who's off. Glenn van den Herk, who will power his way towards the line to take the checkered flag and the race victory. Lights go on, they go out, we go racing. It's initially a good launch off the line then from Kevin Stehauer. Can he keep that position then as we make our way through in towards the first hairpin for the very first time then? It looks like that is the case. Kevin Stehauer looks down the inside and takes the move then. To take the victory of the final of the KZ2, it is Robin Glerum. And we are racing, and it's a good start initially there for the 3-4-5. So Devian Rust gets himself into the lead of the race then. Can he hold on to that lead?
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Blenheim. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you may be in the world. And welcome back to Kerpen. Welcome back to the Erftlandring. And it's time for round 5 of the United Karting Series. Obviously, we had Heat 1 yesterday already. So today we start the day with Heat number 2 of the weekend. And after that, we'll have a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we'll start with the finals. Here you can see the schedule of today. And just like yesterday, Heat 2 is 9 minutes plus 1 lap for all categories. And we'll start with Micromax. You see them lined up already. They've just gotten the word to clear the grid for the start of our Micromax warm-up laps. My name is Daan Pepels, and I'll be guiding you through all the action today. Once again, a big thank you to everyone who's at the circuit as well. It's going to be scorching heat again today. It's quite okay now in, well, the late morning. But it's going to be very, very hot later on in the afternoon. These drivers in all of their safety gear will be boiling in the karts and will be eager to get going. To get some sort of wind into their helmets and their suits. But Micromax up first. And after that, we will have Minimax, then Max Junior, Max Senior, DD2, then DD2 Masters, and KZ, and of course after that, KZ2 Masters. Here we go then. The Micromaxes are off the starting grid, and that gives us the time to go through the grid order. The grid order is the same as it was for Heat 1 yesterday, and it means that Alessio Zani is on the pole, ahead of Erftlandring Yilmaz, who's next to him on the front row. Hussein Lucini is in third, ahead of Victor Moser in fourth. Kenji Schreus in 5th, Lennart Marx in 6th, Henry Moejaert in 7th, and Julian Laurussen in 8th. Ian Half in 9th, and Marlon Wojtkowski finds himself in 10th. Then row 6 of the grid, Mats van Aalst and Jeff Kennens. And then row 7 of the grid is Quinten Krijns, Thibaut Smets. And last on the grid, 15th is Sven Borguzwi. That is your grid for the Micro Maxes. Heat number 2 and the first heat of today. As we've had our warm-up lap, we're now into the formation lap. First lap is usually to warm up the tires. Second lap is to get into formation. And let's see how happy the officials will be today to let the start lights go. Here we go, the slow trundle towards the final corner starts again. Before we get into the tram lines, you have to stay in your corridor, otherwise there's a 3-second penalty if you're out of it too early. Alessio Zani and Ertugrul Yilmaz on the front row. Here we go, the lights are out, we are underway and we are racing. Alessio Zani with a great start. Hussein Al-Lucini went with him. 1 position loss for Ertugrul Yilmaz down the turn 1. And that happened even before he had a chance to defend it. Kenji Schreus up 1 compared to Victor Moser as well. Lennart Marx, he finds himself still in 6th where he started. But a good start for pole sitter Alessio Zani, who has now lost the lead though to the number 6 of Hussein Al-Lucini. He went from P3 to P1 in just the opening couple of corners. And what can Alessio Zani do now? Because he's immediately under pressure from Ertugrul Yilmaz, who started alongside him on the front row. The bright yellow lid, that is Ertugrul Yilmaz. Alessio Zani taking a bit of time to settle in here, and that is allowing Hussein Al-Lucini to run away a tiny bit. Ertugrul Yilmaz tried it up the inside of the last corner, didn't quite work out. Let's hope he didn't get a click bumper for that either. Hussein Al-Lucini has about a 3/10 gap now. It looks like Alessio Zani has settled in a tiny bit now. Struggled to settle in the opening couple of corners and laps. But now Alessio Zani, who is closing back in on Hussein Al-Lucini. Up the hill they rise. And also the battle behind that. Biggest gainers in the field. Mats van Aalst up 5. Henry Moejaert up 3. Massive train further back as well. That's a train led by Kenji Schreus for P7. Alessio Zani. Lining up a move, thinking about a move on Hussein Aluzini. And he has gone for it. Alessio Zani back up into the lead. While I was looking on my championship sheet, Alessio Zani decided to go for the move. Up the inside he went. Oh, Hussein Aluzini. Ertuğrul Yilmaz still behind that. Now trying to size up a move on Aluzini. Lost some momentum, Aluzini out of the last corner. Allowed Ertuğrul Yilmaz to get onto the back of him. This tiny bit of squabbling that they're doing is allowing Alessio Zani now to create himself a gap. These three had an awesome battle yesterday. What a race that was to close off the day, and what a race this is so far to start the day. Look at Alessio Zani, that the gap he's created himself already. Yilmaz might have even gotten past already. Yeah, he has. Ertuğrul Yilmaz has dispatched Hussein Aluzini from second place. And now we look at the battle behind it. For fourth place this is. Henry Moejaert leading the way there, ahead of Mats van Aalst. Van Aalst, who got past on this lap. Has to defend though, the outside for Henry Moejaert. No way through. Oh, there's a card off in the background, into the grass. What happened there? Yellow flags are out. No overtaking in this part. Look at the run that Hussein Aluzini got onto the back of Ertuğrul Yilmaz there. Yellow flags were out there. So no overtaking possible. Oh, up the inside, what a move. If he can make it stick though. If he can make it stick, another card off into the grass, a cloud of dust. To give us absolutely no idea of what happened at the front. Smoke screen thrown up, but there is our answer. Hussein Aluzini back past Ertuğrul Yilmaz. So Hussein Aluzini now into second place. Having a look, not quite finding a way past is Ertuğrul Yilmaz now. These two have had an awesome battle so far. Oh, up the inside, different line. That was Julian Lauwersen, I think, or Mats van Aalst on Julian Lauwersen. Here we go, just 3 more laps to go now. There's that massive battle for 5th place this time round. Oh, up the inside. great move. Oh, another card off onto the grass. And he was that. Was that Julian Lauwersen is my question. We'll see once we come across the line. So I'll have an answer for you in about 20 seconds time. The squabble for 5th place here still continues. Look at how many cards are involved. When you lose momentum in this group, you lose about 3 positions with it. So the card off was Mats van Aalst, who went off on the left-hand side of screen in turn 4. Here's still that battle for 2nd place. One more lap to go after this one. And looking for a way by, but not finding one is Edgar Yilmaz. Mega defense since he got past from Hussein Al-Husseini. Up the inside, maybe different line. No, not possible. Not this time. Hussein Al-Husseini still in front of Ertugrul Yilmaz. Will he think about a move? Will he try and size up a move? This man though, Hussein or Amessi Ozani, can look behind him and almost relax, because he's going to round off the final corner and going to put himself on pole for the final. The battle behind that ends the way it started on the final lap. Hussein Al-Husseini ahead of Ertugrul Yilmaz. Henry Mouillard up 3 positions, he's in 4th. Quinten Krijns up 8 positions. And he finds himself in 5th. But Amessi Ozani, with that, puts himself on pole for the final later on today. Here's your results of the Micro Maxes. Amessi Ozani wins ahead of Hussein Al-Husseini in 2nd. And Ertugrul Yilmaz in 3rd. Henry Mouillard 4th. Quinten Krijns 5th. Marlon Wojciechowski 6th. Lennart Marx 7th. Ian Houff in 8th. Victor Moser in 9th. And 10th is Jeff Cannons. 11th is Sven Borgwiji and Thibaut Smets in 12th. The drivers not seeing the checkered flag at the end of the race were Julian Lauwersen, Mats van Aalst and Kenji Schreus, who did not see the checkered flag. Wow, what a drive by Amessi Ozani. It didn't look comfortable at the beginning, but once he got past, he never really looked back, and he showed what he can do. The opening laps, though, in the final will probably need to be better. Cannot afford to lose 2 or 3 positions there, because it's going to be very difficult to make those up. Here we go. Max Jr. is up next here at Kerpen. Here we go, as the Mini-Maxes get the order to clear the grid. It's time to send them on their merry way. And they'll be done at the front of the grid. The engines can be started. Here we go. We're off and running for the Mini-Maxes. And in the Mini-Maxes there is a revision of the starting grid. And that is because the driver of the 112, that is Noah Stehouder, has gotten a 5-place grid penalty in the practice earlier this morning for overtaking under yellows. And as the rules clearly state, when you do that, there is a penalty to that, and that penalty is a 5-place grid penalty. Sadly, in practice, though, what a unfortunate way to lose it. Here we go then. Let's look at this, at the new starting grid, and on our new pole sitter, Tristan Abels has moved from 2nd place all the way into first. So he's moved from the right-hand side of screen to the left-hand side, or from the left-hand side of screen to the right-hand side of screen, the starting grid. He's on pole position. Laurens van Vlaanderen moves up to the front row. Dani van der Molen up to 3rd. Ryan Rampedaard in 4th, and Liewe Lathouwers in P5. And then we find Noah Stehouder in P6. Milo de Kousmaker in 7th. Flynn Lokker in P8. Lasse van der Weijden in P9. And Jari Berends rounding off the top 10. Xavi Radecki, he finds himself in 11th. Theo Fraer finds himself in P12. Daan Hillen in 13th. Theon Alogi finds himself in 14th. 15th is Daniel Siemens, and 16th is Arno Hartstra. Those are your first 8 rows of the grid. Row 9 is Jenna Hansen and Jesse Mone. And row 10 on the grid, and also the last row on the grid, is Olivier Opbroek and Mark Berndsen. Warm-up lap completed. Into the formation lap we go, and we're in formation quite early with the Mini-Maxes. From the bottom of the uphill. Taking it nice and slow as they come up to the official. A slow trundle towards the final corner. The lights do go out. We are underway and we are racing. Tristan Abels, good start for him. Laurens van Vlaanderen, also a good start for him. Let's look at Noah Stehouder. He will be determined to make up as many positions as he can on this opening lap as there's a cart off into the grass. Once again, a cloud of dust is being thrown up into the air. No clue what happened in the corner afterwards because of it. But that particular driver losing out loads of spots. Oh, another driver who has gone off or has technical issues. That looked like a sudden slow to the right-hand side of the track. Tristan Abels. Good start for him though. And together with Laurens van Vlaanderen is able to create himself a bit of a gap at the front already. As they come across the line. It's Laurens van Vlaanderen at the front, and Liewe Lathouwers in 2nd. What a start from Liewe and from Milo de Kousmaker, up 3 and 4 positions respectively. And Tristan Abels down 19. He was one of those drivers off on the first lap then. Noah Stehouder, also one of the drivers off. Oh no. And that incident in practice of overtaking under yellow is gone from bad to worse. It's put him in the mid-pack. And Noah Stehouder down 11 positions. Oh no. Still could salvage something though. If he is able to gain a couple of positions back, had a good result yesterday. And with that good result, might be able to salvage a good starting position still for the final. Anything in the top 5 gives you a good shot at leading on the first lap, apparently, if we have to believe Lieve Lathouwer. She's up 4. Fastest lap from Noah Stehouder. That's a statement. Noah Stehouder is on his way back up the field. 49.4. One of the only drivers into the 49s, 4/10 quicker than anyone's been able to do. A statement lap from the young Dutchman. Lieve Lathouwer is at the front. The Belgian. Defending for what she's worth. Laurens van Vlaanderen on her bumper. Daan van der Molen with a fast lap as well last time round, 49.3. A meatball flag for the 174, that's Jari Berends in 11th into pit lane. Jari Berends driving into pit lane, angry at the fact he's been given a meatball flag. Also a 3-second penalty for the number 116. That's Flynn Locker. Oh my goodness, 2 wheels outside the corridor during the start procedure. I mentioned it during the Micro Max start. And Flynn Locker has been done for it in the minis. The 3-second penalty is going to drop him down way down the order. Dropping down to outside of the top 12. Lieve Lathouwer is still at the front. Gap across the line last time though, just over a 10th only. And it's still the 170 of Laurens van Vlaanderen in hot pursuit. Then Daan van der Molen, Ryan Rampedareth. Biggest gainers then in this race is Arno Hartstra in with 9 positions gained in 7th. Then 8 positions gained for Jesse Mone. Great start for him as well in 10th. And 4 positions gained for both Mike Wensen and Lieve Lathouwer. Lieve Lathouwer is not having to defend this time down at the turn 1. Laurens van Vlaanderen a little busier with Daan van der Molen behind him. Did allow Lieve Lathouwer to create himself a nice bit of a gap, but then there he strikes. Laurens van Vlaanderen up the inside of Lieve Lathouwer. And up into P1 he goes. That looked like it was coming for quite a while. Laurens van Vlaanderen just looked quick, looked to be on the rear bumper of Lieve Lathouwer every time. Here comes Lieve Lathouwer though. Potentially a look back up the inside. Yes, a look back up the inside. And through she goes. Laurens van Vlaanderen says, you go first. You lead, I'll follow by example. Wants to create a bit of a gap to Daan van der Molen behind. All this jostling though is not helping that a single bit. Savi Radecki also up 6 positions now. He finds himself in 5th. Noah Stehouder with a bit of a gap to bridge now from 12th to 11th. Can Laurens van Vlaanderen go for the move here? Thinks about it, thinks the better of it. No attack from Daan van der Molen behind either. It's not often that you're going to see Liewe Lathouwers and Laurens van Vlaanderen have a tussle like that. The gap just under a tenth once they cross the line. Laurens van Vlaanderen getting the hurry up bump from Daan van der Molen. Hurry up, I'm here and I'm ready to pounce. Hurry up, I'm here and I'm ready to pounce, I said. Daan van der Molen up into second place. And Laurens van Vlaanderen might have been patient, but might have been too patient with the overtake on Liewe Lathouwers. Daan van der Molen gets past. And there's drivers in the background looking for the position as well. Middle the Kousmaker looking for a way past as well. Couldn't find one. And that has allowed Liewe Lathouwers to get a tiny bit of a gap. Fastest lap of the race so far, set by Daan van der Molen, 49.031. That obviously wasn't on the last lap, but Daan van der Molen is on a mission. Looking up the inside, Liewe Lathouwers thinking about defending, not needing to do so yet. Next lap will be the last lap of the race. 1.5 laps to go for Liewe Lathouwers to defend the win in the heat. They put herself in such a good position for the final later on. Regardless of the two good results that she's had, she's going to have a good starting position regardless of where she finishes in the top 5, but she'd love to keep P1. Here comes Daan van der Molen though. Inside defended, not quite good enough. Laurens van Vlaanderen forces his way through on the inside. Couldn't quite keep it though. And Liewe Lathouwers is back past. But what that all has done is it has allowed Daan van der Molen to get into the lead and Ryan Rampedareth to follow. I don't think he would think that he would be in second. A dive bomb move from Laurens van Vlaanderen and Liewe Lathouwers has allowed Daan van der Molen to get the win in the heat. With Ryan Rampedareth behind him, Miele de Kousmaker in third. Laurens van Vlaanderen in fourth and Liewe Lathouwers in fifth. But I have a tiny little suspicion that Laurens van Vlaanderen, the number 170, might not be able to keep that fourth place once we get to the official results. The 3-second time penalty for Flynn Locker also coming into play now. That has dropped him all the way to 13th. My oh my. What a painful 3 seconds that was. Would have been in 7th place if it wasn't for those 3 seconds. The result then, Daan van der Molen wins ahead of Ryan Rampedareth in second. A mega last lap. Miele de Kousmaker up 4 as well. He finishes third. Laurens van Vlaanderen in fourth. Liewe Lathouwers down in fifth. Will not be happy with that result after leading for such a long time. Savi Radecki in 6th, that of Jesse Mone in 7th, Lasse van der Weijden in 8th, Arno Hartstra in 9th, and Noah Stehouder, after a difficult start, finds himself still in 10th and still some good positions recovered. Daan Hillen finds himself in 11th, Theo Fraer in P12, Flynn Locker after that penalty in 13th, Tejon Alogo, in P14, Jenna Hansen in P15, Oliver Opbroek in 16th. Mark Wensen in P17 and Daniel Siemens in 18th. Drivers not seeing the checkered flag are Jari Berends and Tristan Abels. The last lap that was from Laurens van Vlaanderen, Liewe Lathouwers. Laurens van Vlaanderen tried the audacious move, didn't quite work out. And lost loads of positions with it, so did Liewe Lathouwers. Was kind of a passenger in all that. Up next here at the Erftlandring is Max Jr.
Passel gaat hij even door. Hoe zie je het? Gaat hij, gaat hij, gaat hij. Ja, zo verzekerd hij wel. Gaat hij. Zeker van. Kijk, kijk, kijk. Wat zit er even niet op uit? Kut ouwe.
Right, the order to clear the grid has been given for the juniors. And that means the sign to start the engines is only moments away. And once they do that, boy, are we expecting a spectacle again. Right then, off they go. Kart not starting. And at the back of the grid, and that means there goes your front row start. Julian Deuma, who had a absolute mega race yesterday, will start the race on pole position. Jente Moon is second, Olivier Mazurkiewicz in third, Tren van Melick in fourth, Tycho Oldhausen fifth, Lionel Mingui in sixth, Lieke van Boekel seventh, Connor Half in eighth. Who is at the front? It's the 210 of Jente Moon, Julian Deuma at the back of the grid. Still trying to make his way through to get back up to the front. We continue with the grid though. Connor Half in 8th, Dieder de Dale in 9th, Kai Abelera finds himself in 10th, Storm van Rossum in 11th, Matthias Vreken in 12th, Jur Drent in 13th, Milano Schiphorst in 14th, Sasha Al-Jabril in 15th, 16th is Justin Fonk, 17th, Pelle van Echtelt, 18th, Nicky Naruhito, and 19th is James van der Poel. 20th is Sebastian Vochten. Lian Airbots 21st, Joshua Lauriston 22nd, Jesse Andringa 23rd, Yara Kiewicz-Bosch in 24th, and Joshua Rejal in 25th and last on the grid. Right, the slow trundle has started again. And it looks like Julian Deuma has been able to get back up into first place. There he is in the red and white helmet. Julian Deuma will lead this race to green. And will that happen at the first time of asking? And how will that first lap go? Here we go then. Out of the final corner we come into the tram lines. And the lights do go out. We're underway and racing. The front pack has left the mid pack behind. Oh, into turn one, Julian Deuma on the outside, not ideal. An incident in turn one as well. Multiple cars involved, but Julian Deuma was left on the outside and was left stranded there. Jente Moon into P1. Up the hill they rise. Through they come, Julian Deuma. Down into fifth, looking for a way past Tren van Melick. It's an all-Dutch affair in the top four. Julian Deuma, the German, trying to spoil that party. So not an ideal start to this race for Julian Deuma. First of all, not getting off the grid, then losing out in turn one. I think Julian Deuma has for sure had better starts, let's put it like that. The question is, how does he respond to this? Can he come back? Can he fight back? Olivier Mazurkiewicz up 2 positions. Tico Holthuysen up 3. Lieke van Boekel up 4. That is the order of play. Jente Mone also down at the 6th behind Julian Deuma. So your front row down to 5th and 6th. Yellow flag out in the last sector. There's a car stranded on the exit of the last corner. So no overtaking into the last corner. That's not a worry though. Oh, here they come through the yellow flag. They go. Was that just in time for Julian Deuma? Or was that overtaking under yellow? I'll take it as just in time. It certainly looked just in time. Olivier Mazurkiewicz still at the front. Julian Deuma now up to 4th. Another card into the grass on the exit of turn 2. Seems to be a popular spot to go off. Julian Deuma picking off another one. This time the 210 of Jente Mone. And back up in to 3rd place, Julian Deuma. Can see Lieke van Boekel up ahead. Ren van Meelik is the driver who dropped down a lot. Lionel Mingui also dropping down the order. A couple of DNFs already. As up the hill they come again. Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Still in a commanding lead so far. Up 6/10 last lap. Lieke van Boekel ate into that a little bit this time round. About a 10th and a half. Still the battle continues between Julian Deuma and Jente Mone. Holthuysen last time round with the fastest lap, 45.686. The wind is picking up outside. Almost no cloud in the sky today. Blue skies overhead here at Kerpen. Another 10th and a half gained by Lieke van Boekel this time round. What does the gap do? I think it's largely stayed the same. Yeah, it's largely stayed the same on the last lap. Here we go, round in the final corner. Time gained again this time by Lieke van Boekel. Another 10th and a half. The move might be coming soon. Julian Deuma, Jente Mone also gaining on Olivier Mazurkiewicz at the front. Almost a copy-paste of what happened yesterday. Lieke van Boekel now involved in it though. Oh, Julian Deuma has gotten past Lieke van Boekel, I think. No, Lieke van Boekel has gotten past Olivier Mazurkiewicz. He's dropped down. Lieke van Boekel now leading this race ahead of Julian Deuma. Jente Mone then in third. Julian Deuma looking for a way past. Here comes Jente Mone up the inside. And again, with a bit of argy-bargy, Jente Mone gets past this time, up at the second. Lieke van Boekel stayed patient with Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Oh no, 2 off. That is the 2:25 and the 2:20. Julian Deuma, was that Julian Deuma off, was it? It certainly looked like it. It certainly looked like it. Oh, Julian Deuma, such a strong race, even after the setback. And off in turn 1 he went. Now it's a battle at the front between Lieke van Boekel and Jente Mone. 2 laps to go. Fastest lap by DD2 up in 5th now. Jesse Andringa, Lian Herbots up 13 and 14 positions respectively. A mega race by them so far. Lieke van Boekel up 6. And it looks like she's going to hang on. One more lap to go, final lap for Lieke van Boekel. Here goes Lieke van Boekel around the final corner to complete the perfect race. Up 6 positions and the winner of E2, Lieke van Boekel. Julian Deuma down to 14th. And here are your results. Lieke van Boekel wins ahead of Jente Mone in 2nd. Olivier Mazurkiewicz getting back to 3rd. Trent van Meelik in 4th. DD2 5th. And Connor Half in 6th. Milan de Schipper 7th. Lian Herbots 8th. Jesse Andringa in 9th. And Jur Drent in 10th. Joshua Lauwersen in 11th. Justin Vonk in 12th. Julian Deuma down to P13 after all of the mishaps in this race. Tycho Holthausen in 14th. He was the driver, I think, who went off together with Julian Deuma. Sebastian Vochten in P15. Pelle van Echtelt in 16th. Kai Abelera in 17th. And Jara Kiewicz-Bosch in 18th. Matthias Vreken 19th. And Joshua Rejal 20th. The drivers at the end, not seeing the checkered flag. Lionel Minguia, Nicky Naruhito, Sasha Al-Jabrial and James van der Poel. Storm van Rossum did not start the race. That was your Max Juniors. What a race we've seen once again. Lieke van Boekel wins out of Jette van Moonen in second. And Olivier Mazurkiewicz in third. Alrighty, up next then is the seniors for Heat 2. Flying by this. Right then, time to get going again for the seniors this time. And we have a massive grid for the seniors. No revisions to this one. This one stayed as it was yesterday for Heat 1 as well. And in first place, just like yesterday, we have Bram van der Wekke. Lars Lambers next to him on the front row. Miel Hendricks in third. Boris Verhagen in fourth. Those are your first two rows on the grid. Third row of the grid is Max Sadurski. He finds himself in fifth. Mick van den Hout in sixth. Luc Nees seventh. Jay Zuurveld in eighth. Flynn Vitters in ninth. And Matthijs de Lauw in P10. Sverre Uben in 11th, then 12 Bos Maximov. Row 7 is Philippe Falk and Vince van der Halen. Row 8 Cas Boshuis, Nick Soudant. Row 9 Jon Jelle Bremer and Riemer van Beek. And row 10 of the grid in P19 is Vic van Kampenhout and Niels Verkooyen in P20. And P21 is Jake Menton. Then Sepp ter Horst in P22. We're not done yet. P23 Koen Willems. P24 is Kevin Schneider. Rijn van der Meer in P25. Olivier Lemmens in P26. Karl Holmans in P27. Tristan Scheijs in P28. Bo Alriks 29. Julian van Bossum in P30. And Mitch Heinert in P31. A mega grid again for the seniors. As always, what do we expect from the seniors really? 31 drivers taking the start of this heat. Here we go. The slow trundle. That is the pole sitter of this race, Bram van der Wekke, the 396. As they slowly trundle towards the last corner. Lars Lambers next to him in the 342. Into the tram lines, into the corridors. Off they go, the lights are out, underway and racing. Good start for Bram van der Wekke, Miel Hendricks then in second, Lars Lambers in third across the line. And all of them seemingly, there's at least some dust, but all of them seemingly getting through unscathed. More dust on the exit of 3. No massive contact so far, which is great to see. As they all go single file for the S's at the back end of the track. As here comes Bram van der Wekke. Was so dominant yesterday, Bram. Max Sadurski with a good start. He's up into second. Miel Hendricks then in third. Lars Lambers down 2. He's in fourth. Once again, a kart off on the exit of the last corner. As Max Sadurski is going to try and chase down Bram van der Wekke. They've both broken away a little bit of the group behind. Miel Hendricks has dropped down the order. Lars Lambers now back up into third. Flynn Vitters in fourth, up 5 for Flynn. Jake Menton up 8 in just 2 laps time. Mega drive again from Jake. Up 6 at the back of the grid is Olivier Lemmens. Up 9 for Mitch Heinert. from last on the grid to P22 already. How far can he go? Across the line we come once again with Bram van der Vekke in P1, Max Sadurski still in second, just about 6/10 that gap. Staying pretty equal last time around. Fastest lap for Bram van der Vekke. You see it there, bottom of your screen, the confirmation. A 45.107 by Bram van der Vekke. Expect that to drop probably below the 44s. Track temperature rising all throughout the morning and afternoon. Lars Lumbers, how far can he come back? Here we go. Bram van der Vekke, gap now up to 7.5 tenths. He's extending the gap again, and like I said, 44.916 by Bram van der Vekke last time round. New fastest lap of the race. Max Sadurski still in second place, being chased down by Lars Lumbers, who's slowly but surely edging closer. Last time around between those two, the lap time difference, just 1/1000th of a second. Incredibly similar from those two. The gap is starting to spread out a bit. The first close battle we have is for 5th place. 3 drivers involved there. Emil Hendricks, Boris Vragen, Luc Neesen. But the top 3 breaking away slightly. The 363 also in a big battle. That's Cas Boshuis, Mick van den Hout, Boris Maximov, Philip Valk and Vince van der Halen, all close to that. Bram van der Vekke just keeps extending the gap at the front. That on screen, your closest battle in the field at the moment. Gaps at the front now stagnating a bit. Lars Lumbers can also not gain much anymore on Max Sadurski last time around. All 3 of them are in the 44.7s. Bram van der Vekke 44.784, Max Sadurski 44.797 and Lars Lumbers 44.782. different line there. Once again, up the inside. That's a move that the drivers seem to like. Where you sacrifice exit speed just to make the move in the corner itself. That battle though staying close. It's the 360 of Flynn Fitters. That's for 4th place. Neil Hendricks and Boris Verhagen also involved in it. Here that group comes once again, rounding off the final corner. It's the 326 now under loads of pressure. Neil Hendricks. Flynn Fitters has created himself a tiny bit of a gap. Fastest lap time last time round. They just keep slightly improving. It's so impressive how they can be within thousands most of the time of their previous lap. All 3 in the top 3 just did so. As the last lap board is out, that has flown by. The Max Senior Heat, of course, so much to take in. With this many drivers, you can't really follow all of it. The camera personnel out on the track having a tough time, I think, choosing where to look. There's one place where you really didn't have to look from the start, and that was Bran van der Vekke. Once he got out in front and created himself a bit of a gap, he just extended that. And Bran van der Vekke comes through to win in Heat 2 as well. Max Sadurski up 3 positions. Up 12 is Mitch Heinert. And then up 8 as well, Olivier Lemmens. Bo Ulrichs at the back of the field, getting towards the mid-pack, also up 5. Right then, let's go through the results. It is Bran van der Vekke who wins another one. Max Sadurski in 2nd, Lars Lambers in 3rd, and Flynn Fitters in 4th. Miel Hendricks in 5th, Luc Neessen in 6th, Boris Verhagen 7th, Vince van der Halen 8th, Jay Zuurveld 9, and Mick van den Hout in P10. Boris Maximov in 11th, Cas Boshuis 12th, 13th is Felipe Valk, 14th Vic van Kampenhout, 15th is Jake Menton, 16th Jorn Jelle Bremer, 17th Matthijs Terlouw, 18th Olivier Lemmens, 19th Mitch Heinert, and 20th Sepp ter Horst. 21st then, Nick Soudant, Niels Verkooyen, 22nd, Rijn van der Meer, 23rd, Bo Alrichs, 24th, 25th is Karl Holmans, Tristan Chase in 26th, Koen Willems, 27th, Julian van Bossum in 28th, and 29th is Kevin Schneider. The 2 drivers not seeing the checkered flag in this race, Reimer van Beek and Sverre Uben. All right, the message was given to start the engines for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Always a great class to see, and always a great class to witness these fast, super fast cards. And then after that, we'll round it off with the fastest of the weekend. KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, those will be the last ones to do the heats. Then after that, we'll have the finals. But before that, let's decide the starting grid for the final. With our DD2 and DD2 Masters starting grid for the heat. Julian Kloosman in P1 and of Wout Kursens in second on the front row. Jordi Clairbots, Pepijn Rietman, row 2. Scott Westovens, Ralf van der Pavert, that is row 3. Row 4, Vincent van Kerkhoven and Hugo Clabot. Row 5, Axel Goes and Jesse Spaans. And row 6, Jurg Valkenaars and Imke Arts. Row 7 is Gwen Blokzel with Dimitri Ostrovsky. Row 8 is Kai van der Werf and Erwin Montfort. Row 9 is Carl Clairbout and Philippe Wisniewski. Then row 10 is Christophe Adams with Wim Rouleau. Row 11 is Dirk van Koert with Danny Siemensma. And row 12 is Tom van Weert on his own. 23rd and last on the grid. A good grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters as well. Warm-up lap completed for DD2 and DD2 Masters. These are not the ones that have a standing start. Those will be after DD2 and DD2 Masters. Just 2 gears in DD2. Therefore DD2, obviously. Now the name makes sense. And with the slow trundle towards the final corner, they'll start by engaging the first gear. That's the board that the person standing there is holding up. The back of the grid here, it's going to be quite late to form up. Gonna have to do their absolute hardest. Here we go then. Lights are out, we're underway. Great start on the right-hand side from Julian Kloosman. Wout Kursens as well. Top 7 has stayed mostly unchanged. Into turn 1, do we all get out unscathed? No, we don't. One driver has to get out and push. The 481. Oh, that's Pepijn Rietman, started 4th, now all the way at the back of the grid. Pepijn Rietman out after turn 2 of any type of good result. Devastating for Pepijn. Julian Kloosman, Wout Kursens, Jordi Clairbout, that's the top 3. They have broken away a little bit from the pack behind Scott Westovens, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Axel Goes. Jesse Spaans is the chasing pack. Ralf van der Pavert down 2. Let's put it like this, it's not something we're necessarily used to from Ralf van der Pavert. Rounding off the final corner, can Scott Westovens try something to get away his companions behind to catch up to the top 3. The top 3 has stayed unchanged since their start. Julian Kloosman, Pole City still ahead of Wout Kursens in 2nd and Jordi Clairbout in 3rd. So the podium has stayed unchanged. Still loads of racing to go though, 7 minutes. plenty of laps of the Erftlandring to be completed in that time. Looking around the outside is the 411 of Jordi Clairbeau. That's on Wout Kustjens. Couldn't quite make it stick this time around. The gap at the front has opened up a tiny bit. The battle between Wout Kustjens and Jordi Clairbeau has allowed Julian Kloosman to give himself a bit of breathing space at least. A big pack behind that though. And that is still the chasing pack. Scott Westovens leading that train. Can Scott Westovens try and break free from that chasing pack to give himself a bit more space to focus ahead? Axel Goes, Imke Arts up 4 and 6 places respectively. But just want to continue their good run. No rush for any of them. Julian Kloosman. That gap of 4/10 has come down a bit with Wout Kustjens. Wout Kustjens and Jordi Clairbeau, since they've not been busy fighting each other, they've been gaining on Julian Kloosman. This is what they will try and continue doing. Until a point where probably Wout Kustjens or Jordi Clairbeau feels that they are faster, or there's no point to wait any longer. Just 2 and a bit more minutes remaining. Scott Westovens has been able to break free a little bit from the pack behind. A second now, back to Imke Arts. who has the fastest lap, 44.5. Yellow flags are out in the middle sector. Green flag before they go up the hill again. That gives them the freedom to overtake there. They're just so equal at the front. No one is really finding a breakthrough time. Julian Kloosman now with the new fastest lap, 44.518. But to give you an example, the full top 6 was in the 44.5 last lap. 44.518, 44.557, 44.563, 44.575, 44.549, and 44.559. That's how close it is at the front and in the top 6. So once those gaps are created as they are now, it's so difficult to close them. You work your bottom off for 3 laps to shave off a 10th, and then you make one tiny mistake in one corner and you lose all of that again. Oh, what's happened to Wout Kerstens? Wout Kerstens has dropped down. Wout Kerstens has been left out somewhere. And has dropped all the way down the order. Here they come to round the final corner, and it will be the last lap this time round. So Julian Kloosman, just one more tour of this track to hold on to his 6/10 lead. Sounds like a lot, but it's one tiny mistake and it's gone. So still on the ragged edge. But the 499 is not looking back anymore now. He's rising up the hill. Can have a look over his shoulder. He'll see no one close behind him, because Julian Kloosman comes through to win Heat 2. It was a mega battle. Imke Arts in P4, up 8 positions. Mega drive from her as well. Imke Arts up 8 positions, impressive. Scott Westovens up 2, Jordi Clairbo up 1, but Julian Kloosman stayed where he started, and that was P1. Here we go, let's have a look at the results then for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Julian Kloosman wins ahead of Jordi Clairbo in 2nd, Scott Westovens 3rd, Imke Arts 4th, Axel Goes in 5th, Vincent van Kerkhoven 6th, Jur Valkena 7th, Gwen Bloksel 8th, Dimitri Ostrovsky in 9th, and 10th is Kai van der Werf. 11th Hugo Klabots, 12th Carl Clairbo, Erwin Montfort 13th, Ralf van der Pavert 14th, Wim Rouleau 15th, Filip Wisniewski 16th, Christoph Adams 17th, Derek van Koert 18th, Dennis Siemensma 19th, and Pepijn Rietman in P20. P21 for Tom van Weert and Wout Kerstens, 22nd, Jesse Spaans 23rd. Those two not seeing the checkered flag. Well then, that was DD2. Up next, standing starts for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters after that. Alrighty then. The KZ2s get their push off the start line, and we can take our time with this grid. It's not the biggest grid, 12 drivers in total, but the KZ2s also usually take their time on the warm-up lap. And they have 2 of them. Enzo Bol will start the race in pole position just like he did yesterday. Here is the grid for you. Enzo Bol on the front row ahead of Jens Streur in second. Luca Bremer in third, ahead of Mika van der Pavert in fourth. Row 3, Daniel Tenbach and Nick Pluimers in sixth. Chantal van Haandel in P7 ahead of Jelte Bouma in eighth. Ninth is Sam van Voskuilen, 10th Ser Wouters. 11th Kane Inche and 12th Nelson Berghuis. Those are your 6 rows on the grid. That was it already. So what the KZ2s look and do here is warm up your tires, make sure the engine is at the right temperature or the brakes. Just get everything into operating temperature to make sure you're ready for the start of the race. Green flags are being waved at the marshal posts to indicate. Now we've got another lap of warm-up to go. After this, it's only KZ2 Masters to go, and then we have the lunch break. Right, here we go then. Warm-up completed. Green flag being waved at the back of the grid. That means that they can look towards the red lights, the 5 red lights that will come on. They're out, we're underway and racing. Very quick start this time. Immediately moving over to cover off is Jens Streur, Mika van der Pavert with a great start. Luca Bremer dropping down 1 position. Enzo Bol with a good start as well, but Jens Streur and Enzo Bol keeping first and second respectively. Not as easy of a start, or not as easy of a start as it was yesterday for Jens Streur. With Enzo Bol having a worse one, but this time Enzo Bol getting the start he needed. And now let's see what Enzo Bol can do. How quickly can Enzo Bol open up that gap? 7/10 on the first lap alone. He's rounding off the final corner. Here comes Enzo Bol again. Jens Treu still behind him. Top two still as they were at the start. Nico van der Pavert up 1. Nick Pluimers up 2. Up 3, Ser Wouters, Keinche and Nelson Berghuis also up 3. Jelte Bouma, Chantal van Handel and Sam van Voskuilen all didn't start. Just the 9 KZ2s. There looks to be a DNF already. New fastest lap for Enzo Bol, 42.811. Just over a tenth quicker than his pursuer Jens Treu. The battle we are watching is between Ser Wouters and Keinche, the 204 and the 209. Round they come to complete into the lap. Enzo Bol, 7.5 tenths is the gap now. How much can he extend this to? Last time around, the lap time exactly the same between Enzo Bol and Jens Treu. Exactly the same. 1/1000th of a second. Both of them running a 42.495. This time though, he improves on that, 42.3. 42.329 to be exact by Enzo Bol. 42.4 from Jens Treu. And here the battle continues. Luca Bremer and Daniel ten Bak. Closest battle at the moment. Just 0.3 of a second between them. The gaps are starting to form again in KZ2. Yeah, Sam Voskuilen, one of the drivers not taking the start. 3 drivers, it looks like, that have had a DNF already. Chantal van Handel, Jelte Bouma did start the race, are not going to finish it though. And Daniel ten Bak, the same fate might be waiting for him. Enzo Bol is in splendid form though. Enzo Ball, the gap is up to a second now. And of course, as I say that, he puts another 3/10 on the gap. 42-0 for Enzo Ball now. Yep, Daniel ten Bak also out of the race, sadly. DNF for Daniel. Just 8 of them circulating out there now. And the gaps between all of them are quite sizable. The biggest battle at the moment is between Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis. That's a great battle to follow, 7th and 8th. Just 4/10s between those two. This is also just a great corner to see. Look at this. Mounting the curb, dropping off it, and as soon as you do, you start turning to the left for turn 8. Before you shoot uphill again. And turn 9 is much more of a corner than you think it is. Jens, for the first time in a while, eating into the lead of Enzo Ball. 2/10 to be exact. As the battle at the end is the one we should really follow. Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis. A 10th between them across the line last time. 2:09 and 2:34. Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis. Final lap of the race though for Enzo Ball. He was dominant. Nobody can touch him in this race once again. He comes through to where Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis will come through. Is the 2:09 still ahead of the 2:34? That's the question we ask ourselves. Where even are they? There should still be 2 coming through. No, here's the result for you then. Righty, Enzo Ball, Jens Streur, that's your 1st and 2nd place. Mika van der Pavert and Nick Pluimers in 3rd and 4th. Luca Bremer and Ser Wouters, the only 6 drivers to see the checkered flag. What happened to Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis? Across the line comes the 2:34 of Nelson Berghuis. They must have made contact, Kane Inchit and Nelson Berghuis, for them to be that far behind. That was a mega battle on the last lap, but Nelson Berghuis also seeing the checkered flag. That makes it 7. Kane Inchit, Daniel ten Bak, Jelte Bauma, Chantal van Handel not seeing the checkered flag. And Sam van Voskuilen not even seeing the 5 red lights go out because he did not start. That is KZ2 for you. Up next here at the Erftlandring, KZ2 Masters. Alrighty then, we're off for KZ2 Masters. And KZ2 Masters just as interesting as KZ2. Loads of experience in this field. And here is your grid. Jeroen Bos in first. He will start on the front row next to Mick Bertram. Erik Angenent in P3, Glenn van den Hoek in P4, Maarten Versteeg P5, Bas Steen in 6th, Sebastian Koppenol in 7th, Mika Hendricks in 8th, Edgar Oosting in 9th, Mark Verhoeven in 10th, and Benno Ridder in P11. That is your full grid. Once again, the same thing is the case with KZ2 Masters as it was for KZ. Standing starts, one warm-up lap that we've just had. And then we get into the formation lap. Both of these almost taken at snail's pace. Because the driver at the back of the grid or at the front of the grid doesn't want to be waiting that long until the driver at the end of the grid has finally parked his KZ there. There's quite a bit of a gap being created already though. Been a hard and tough weekend for the tires, for the karts, and for the drivers. The current temperature outside, 26 degrees. Expected to be 29 once we get back racing later on. Here we go then. We're all set. Green flag at the back of the grid. Jeroen Bos is very far forward. With his tires on the white line. There might have been a jump start there in the background as well. But Mick Bertram gets an awesome start. An awesome start for Mick Bertram, and Jeroen Bos down one position immediately. Was further forward at the start, but seemed to have less grip while when he got going. An absolutely mega start by Mick Bertram. And that has allowed him to overtake Jeroen Bos. Can Jeroen Bos get back past is the question. And how much has he lost there? How much does he need to make up before he can even think about a move? Just the 2/10 though. Still on the back of Jeroen Bos. Usually when you have a start like that, you see sometimes that a driver loses the momentum and just goes from bad to worse in turn 1, but not the case this time for Jeroen Bos. And Van den Hoek and Sebastian Koppenol are the ones trying to chase them down. Gap up to half a second for Mick Bertram. The bigger that gap gets, the better it would be for his bids later on in the race. Jeroen Bos down in another position. Glenn van den Hoek has overtaken him. Glenn van den Hoek now also up 2. KZ2 Masters just as fierce and as fast as KZ2. The only difference being the drivers can be a little bit heavier. To allow our older drivers to be able to race at a weight that also they can make. Nick Bertram across the line, he comes again. What is the gap this time around? Gap this time around, half a second, new fastest lap. Jeroen Bos is getting into his groove now. Took him maybe a bit too long to get going. He's on the rear bumper of Glenn van den Hoek now. Here we go into turn 1. Can he try a move? Looks up the inside, goes for a move up the inside, can't make it stick. And thus Jeroen Bos stuck behind Glenn van den Hoek for another lap. And all the laps he's stuck behind. He can't get to Nick Bertram. 43.6 last time round by Jeroen Bos. Nick Bertram now again with the fastest lap. He needed that. There's the two behind him. We're closing in. And we're closing in fast. Jeroen Bos still behind Glenn van den Hoek. He's close now though. He's closer than he's ever been. Looks for a move, has to go around the outside. Glenn van den Hoek is not going to allow him to get up the inside that easily. Just a minute 40 to go now. Minute 40 for Mick Bertrand to hang on to that lead, and the more they fight behind, the bigger that lead will get. 6/10 is already a massive task for Glenn van den Hoek to catch up, if he was to catch up. Well, he's undone himself a tiny bit again from Jeroen Bos. Seen a great battle between Glenn van den Hoek and Jeroen Bos this race. 9/10's the gap now. Just 3 more laps to go from here. Jeroen Bos has closed down that gap again, but can he go for a move? He's further back than he's ever been. Has to wait patiently for another lap. 2 more laps to go. Has a couple more opportunities. Doesn't need to do it now, but he has been behind for quite a while. Jeroen Bos, fastest lap of the race, 43.293. Helped, of course, also with the slipstream of Glenn van den Hoek. Here we go, final lap has been started. Well, no one was really able to do anything about it today. Mick Bertrand had a mega start, and then after that never looked back. Polsitter Jeroen Bos had an absolute nightmare of a start. So Glenn van den Hoek also was able to get past, and there's Mick Bertrand never looked back. He'll come through to win. Fist is in the air, there we go. Mick Bertrand wins ahead of Glenn van den Hoek, and Jeroen Bos only 3rd. That's going to give us an awesome race for the final later on. All right then, all drivers finished, which is good. Let's have a look at the result and how they finished. Mick Bertrand in P1 ahead of Glenn van den Hoek in P2 and P3 Jeroen Bos, of course. Those two you know, you've seen much of them the whole race. Sebastian Koppenol in 4th, Erik Angenant in P5, Maarten Versteeg in 6th, Edgar Oosting in 7th, Mike Hendricks in 8th, 9th is Bas Steen, Mark Verhoeven in 10th, and 11th is Benno Rieder. That's it for the heats. Up next are the finals. But before we do that, we have a small lunch break of about half an hour. Please don't go anywhere. And if you do for sure come back for the finals. You don't want to miss the spectacle. The finals are up next, and we'll start with Micromax at 13:20 local time. See you then.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Berghem. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Berghem. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn one. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn one. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Birmingham. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Berghem. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
So it's starting to get a little bit more serious, but we're in the midway point of the season.
The path to Portimao truly starts here at Circuit Park Berghem. Every driver that wants to book that place on the biggest stage of all in global karting must compete in every single race, all 7. No exceptions, no excuses. Revs are up, and we are green for the first time into turn 1. Time to get your elbows out.
It's a lot of commitment also from the family, as you said. That's one of the best things about karting, I think.
Here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all, yeah, a little family, and you do it all together, and that's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them.
So we have to do it all together.
Absolutely wizard racing. Welcome back to the podium.
I can hear you.
Right, welcome back to Kerpen, welcome back to the Erftlandring, and welcome back for the Micro Max Final. Let's have a look through our grid for the Micro Maxes. Then it's Julian Laurensen on the pole position for the final, Alessio Zani in second, Ertugrul Yilmaz in third, and Henry Mouillard in fourth, Leonard Marks in fifth, and Marlon Wojtkowski in sixth. Quinten Krijns in 7th, Jeff Kennens in 8th, Victor Moser in 9th, Mats van Aalst in 10th, Hussein Lozini in 11th. Let's see what he can do. Looking for him to get back through the field. Julian Laurensen in P12, Kenji Scheus in 13th, Sven Borguigi in 14th, Thibaut Smets in 15th, and Ian Howe in 16th. That is your grid for the Micro Max Final. One last time they go racing this weekend. Let's see if we can get this start done at the first time of asking. Once again, it'll be a slow trundle towards the last corner. Bit of a faster one than usual though this time. Here we go, being told to slow, they do so. The lights do go out and I do see a potential penalty there. Third card on the right hand or on the left hand side of the screen. Who is out of the tram lines with 2 wheels. I think that was the 73 of Leonard Marks, who possibly was outside of the tram lines. Everyone through turn 1 cleanly. And that's what you want to see. Julian Laurison did not start. Alessio Zani and Ertugrul Yilmaz. The two looking to fight it out at the front. And across the line the first time, it's Alessio Zani leading the way ahead of Ertugrul Yilmaz. Oh, card off on the left-hand side of the screen. Can he get back onto the track safely? Yes, he can. That was a bumpy ride for one of our micros out there. The battle at the front is between Alessio Zani and Ertugrul Yilmaz. Mats van Aalst up to 6th on that last lap, up 3 positions. Ian Half up to Hussein Aluzini, lost 2 further positions, down to 12th. Let's see what he can do on this lap then. Cross the line, Alessio Zani still in front of Ertugrul Yilmaz. Just under half a second, that gap. And was it Thibaut Smets that went off? Alessio Zani will look behind him and see only Ertugrul Yilmaz that is close. They've already gapped P3 to about 1.2 seconds. Henry Mouillard trying his best to stick with them. Also has a bit of breathing room against Marlon Buczkowski and Leonard Marks. Once again, these Micro Maxes showing us what racing is really like. Racing in one of its purest forms. Looking behind is Alessio Zani and Ertugrul Yilmaz. Also worried about what's happening behind him. Doesn't need to. Already 1.4 seconds behind the top 2 is Henry Mouillard. Looks like it's going to be a battle, if it will be a battle between Alessio Zani and Ertugrul Yilmaz. 8/10 the gap now, though. Ertugrul Yilmaz will have to have an absolute mega end to this race to close that gap down. 8/10 doesn't sound like a lot, but if nothing goes wrong, it's an eternity. Fastest lap by Alessio Zani last time around, 51.449. Across the line this time, 51.455, only 6 thousandths away from his fastest lap. Alessio Zani showing what consistency's like here. Up 4 positions is Ian Half. Hussein Al-Husseini also back up to 9 after dropping down to 12th on the opening lap. The battle for 3rd and 4th. Henry Mouillard, Marlon Wojciechowski. Oh, big tussle. Victor Moser and Jeff Kennons, what happened to them? Nowhere to be seen. Here's that battle for the third place. Henry Mouillard, Marlon Wojciechowski and Leonard Marx in that order. The Belgian ahead of the 2 Germans. The Germans on home soil. Boy, would they love to get onto the podium. The question is, can they? Here we go. Good battle between those two. And Henry Mouillard dropped back a bit this time round. Just under 6 minutes to go now. Just a little bit less than half the race remaining. As if tussle further back in the field as well. Where do you look? The answer is here's where we're looking. The top 3, Henry Mouillard, Marlon Wojciechowski and Leonard Marx. Behind them is this battle. Quentin Krijns, Julian Lauwersen, Ian Half, Hussein Al-Husseini, Kenji Schreurs, all involved. Oh no, there's a card that went out wide. Who's that? It's Julian Lauwersen who went out wide. Got turned round. And that might be race over for him. It is race over for him. What a bummer for Julian Lauwersen. That'll be another DNF in this race. We have 2 of them now. The other one being Thibaut Smets. Across the line, Alessio Zani. 2.5 seconds is the gap now. Alessio Zani showing how dominant he can be. Yellow flags are out at the last corner. The battle for 2nd or for 3rd rages on. Marlon Wojciechowski now in 3rd. Henry Mouillard in 4th. Roles reversed. Here is that battle. And still the 19 of Henry Mouillard ahead of Leonard Marx, it looks like. Having a look at the inside, not quite. The 73 of Leonard Marks. Marlon Buczkowski did manage to get onto the podium. And also managed to run from those behind. This is the battle for 6th place. Ian Half, Quinten Krijns and Hussein Aluzini. Now, Hussein Aluzini, you have to wonder what could have been. Hussein Aluzini, fastest lap of the race, last time round, 50.8. Together with the leader, Alessio Zani, the only one into the 50s. Alessio Zani. A 4.1 second gap. We'll be close to 3 more to go for Micromax. Having a look at the inside was Ian Half. Oh, sorry, Hussein Aluzini on Ian Half. Here's the battle for 3rd place. And through goes Leonard Marks into 4th, excuse me, not 3rd, into 4th place. And look at the gap he pulls immediately. Two laps to go. We did get one more. Next lap will be the last one. Alessio Zani will see that now. Miles ahead of everyone. 5 seconds is the gap. A mega race from Alessio Zani. Just has to finish this lap to see out what is a mega race and a mega weekend. The battle behind him rages on. Marlon Buczkowski will also get onto the podium on home soil. But there's one man that no one could stop this weekend, and he will round the final corner in Kerpen to win the final. Alessio Zani is your winner of round 5 in the Micromax. Erftlandring Yilmaz tried to chase him down the whole race, 6 seconds behind in the end. Just no one could stop Alessio Zani today. And for good measure, he puts in the fastest lap of the race on the last race as well. Or on the last lap as well, excuse me. 50.760. Picture in picture, you can see Alessio Zani, our winner of the Micromax final. Erftlandring Yilmaz in 2nd place, and Marlon Buczkowski, the German, on home soil, getting onto the podium as well. Leonard Marks in 4th, and Hussein Aluzini in 5th, Henry Mouillard in 6th, and Ian Alf in 7th. Quinten Krijns in 8th. 9th is Kenji Schreurs. And 10th, Mats van Aals. That's your top 10. Victor Moser in 11th. 12th, Jeff Cannons. 13th is Sven Bourguigi. That's it then for the Micro Maxes for this weekend. The only ones not seeing the checkered flag in that race were Julian Lauritsen and Thibaut Smets. Sadly, those two had to retire from the final. But what a race. In the end, there was a 3-second time penalty for the number 10, 2 wheels outside the corridor, and the number 6. Hussein Alozini loses time with that, not a position. Same goes for Marlon Wojciechowski, who also only loses time and not a position. And that's 50.760. Immediately was also a new track record for the Micro Maxes set by Alessio Zani. What a race, Alessio Zani dominant there. Next up here in Kerpen at the Erftlandring is the Mini-Max Final. right, off we go for the minis as well. And, well, I think there's no clear favorite here about who is going to win this final. Every driver in the top 10 has a shot at this. So I'm interested to see what this final is going to bring us. Daan van der Molen ahead of Laurens van Vlaanderen. That is your front row. Ryan Rampedaar, Milo de Kousmaker, second row. Sabredecki and Liewe Lathouwers, third row. Lasse van der Weijden, Jessimone, fourth row. Fifth row is Noah Steehouder and Tejan Alogo. Then P11 and P12, Arno Hakstra and Daan Hillen. P13 and P14, Oliver Opbroek and Jenna Hansen. 15 and 16, Tristan Abels and Flynn Locker. 17th and 18th is Mark Ranson and Theo Fraher. And 19th and 20th is Daniel Siemens and Jari Berends. Here we go then. Time for the final in the minis. Again, the minis lining up nice and early. All right, the slow trundle towards the last corner starts again. Only 2 aborted starts so far this weekend. And those were yesterday. Let's hope we can go for a clean slate on the Sunday. Here we go, they round the final corner, get told to slow. The lights go out, we're underway and racing. It's a great start by our pole sitter. Laurens van Vlaanderen gets the P1 first though. Daan van der Molen down to second place. Into turn 1 we go. All get through there unscathed, that's great to see. 12 minutes plus 1 lap of racing ahead of us. Turn 1 is not where you're going to win the race, it's where you're going to lose it though if you do something stupid. Luckily none of them did that. Laurens van Vlaanderen in the 170. Our pole sitter down the order, back down to third. Daan van der Molen now in P1. Ryan Rampedaar in P2. Here we go. Yellow flags are out in the second sector. Still yellow flags, no overtaking here where they are now. From here on they can. Overtaking is permitted again, and will Ryan Rampedaar make use of that? Not quite yet. We'll wait to the straight. They're nose to tail. Will he make a move down in the turn 1? Thinks the better of it. No move this time. I'm surprised by that. Ryan Rampedaar does seem to have the space or the pace to go for at least P1 here. Ryan Rampedaar did not go for the move though in the turn 1. And oh my goodness, a bunch of gravel put onto the racetrack in the last sector. That kart that came back onto the track had loads of gravel in it. Laurens van Vlaanderen. Going down the order quite early on here. Not able to come back from that quite yet. Xavier Radecki behind him in the 117. No, he dropped down to P5. It's Noah Steyaert now up to P4, and he's up 4 positions already in the 112. Watch out for Noah Steyaert as a potential winner of this race as well. Up 5 positions already, and the fastest lap of the race, 49.265. Now, if that doesn't get you excited, then I don't know what does. Here we go, another great exit for Ryan Rampedareth. Now he has the space. Will he go for a move now? No, still pushing Daan van der Molen. Viral ART chassis driver at the front of the field. Daan van der Molen getting a push from Ryan Rampedareth. Those two now creating themselves a nice and handy gap. Noah Steyaert trying his best to get past Laurens van Vlaanderen. It's proving more difficult than he thought it would be. Already 8/10s back, can't really afford to lose much more. There's your top 2. Laurens van Vlaanderen still ahead of Noah Steyaert. Will Noah Steyaert go for a move? The answer is no, not this time round. And all of this is allowing the top 2 to run away further and further and further. Just over halfway to go. Ryan Rampedareth losing a tiny bit now to Daan van der Molen, who sets the fastest lap of the race this time round. 49.067. Almost into the 48s. The battle behind that rages on. And it's allowed the train behind them to catch up as well. Now then, now can he go for a move? Not quite. Has to slot in behind him again. Here we go, gets a bit of a push. The battle is behind this. Has he gone past? Has Noah Steyaert gone past is the question. From the lids and from the cards, it's very difficult to see. Couldn't identify a number there, but Laurens van Vlaanderen was definitely under attack from Noah Steyaert. Ryan Rampedareth also still trying to chase down Daan van der Molen. And he did not get past. Laurens van Vlaanderen is still ahead of Noah Steyaert. So close between those two. Just allowing the top 2 to run away. We've seen 4 5-way battles even sometimes for the win here in the minis. But in the final, it seems to be a battle between Daan van der Molen and Ryan Rampedarret. Daan van der Molen still ahead. Ryan Rampedarret still on his tail. And now we're getting into crunch time. And you can see that Miele de Kousmaker got past Noah Stayhouder there. And I think it's a matter of time before Daan van der Molen and Ryan Rampedarret also have a position change. This has allowed Laurens van Vlaanderen a tiny bit of breathing space between himself and Miele de Kousmaker. Ryan Rampedarret just able to run a tighter line in that last corner. Will he go for a move now? He's once again on the back of him. Will he look for a move now? No, once again, sticks behind. Oh my goodness. You have to have full faith in yourself and your ability to stay close. If you just simply refuse to overtake him that many times. Has not even thought about a move yet. 3-second penalty for the number 170 for a jump start. That is Laurens van Vlaanderen. And the 155, that is Theo Fraer. 3-second penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Noah Stayhouder finally has gotten past Laurens van Vlaanderen. But the fact that Laurens van Vlaanderen had a penalty. Oh my goodness, driver off. Into the barrier, yellow flags out in turn 1. And that could have massive consequences for the battle at the front of the field. This now an intra-team battle between those two. This is the battle for the win, and there could be yellow flags out in turn 1. The best overtaking opportunity for Ryan Rampedarret. That is the risk of sticking behind that long. Thinking about a move now, no, can't. Yellow flags are out in turn 1, can't go for the move. Yellow flags will be cleared next time round. But that's only 2 more opportunities left now for Ryan Rampedarret. He's still sticking very, very close to the rear bumper of Daan van der Molen. But my goodness, that could have had massive consequences for how this race would have played out. Ryan Rampedarret looks like the stronger of the two, even though Daan van der Molen has been leading all race. Just look at the tighter lines that Ryan Rampedarret is able to keep. This time in the turn 1. 2 more laps to go. Also sticks behind. Has not even shown his nose to Daan van der Molen yet. Seemingly he's just happy to take a P2 and move on from it. But I can tell you that is not the case with Ryan Rampedarret. He will go for it. Up the hill they come once again. He's a bit further back than it would usually be. Tighter line into the last corner once again. Gives him the chance to close up. Into turn 1 this time around. Inside defended by Daan van der Molen. And does so successfully. Ryan Rampedarret has looked like the quicker of the two. Fastest lap of the race last time round by Ryan Rampedarret as well, helped by the slipstream. This is the battle for the last spot on the podium. This is the one we're interested in. Can Ryan Rampedarret try to force a mistake, force himself alongside? He can't quite yet. Into the last corner, surely not, right? Surely he can't overtake there. No, he can't. It's going to be a drag race to the line. That's going to be won by Daan van der Molen. Ryan Rampedarret in second. Those two making it a battle until the checkered flag. Laurens van Vlaanderen on the road in third. Noah Steyhouder in fourth. Wow. What a result for the minis, and what a race. Here's the result of that absolutely splendid effort from both at the front. Daan van der Molen in first, head of Ryan Rampedarret in second. Laurens van Vlaanderen in third. Noah Steyhouder fourth. Mille de Kasmaker fifth. Schrijver Radecki in sixth. Then seventh, Jesse Mone. Eighth is Liewe Lathouwers. Daan Hillen in ninth. And Tejon Alongo in P10. P11 for Flynn Locker, P12 for Tristan Abels, 13th for Daniel Siemens, 14th for Theo Fraher, 15th Jari Berend, 16th Olivier Opbroek, Jenna Hansen on 17th, and Mark Wernsen rounding off the finishing grid in 18th. Drivers not seeing the checkered flag, Lasse van der Weijden and Arno Hartstra. That was Mini Max. Up next here at Kerpen is the Max Junior Final. All right then, back with the Max Junior Final, and let's have a run through the grid order there. It's Olivier Mazurkiewicz on the pole position, ahead of Tren van Melick in second. Lieke van Boekel in third, ahead of Tycho Holthausen in fourth. And fifth is Julian Deuma. Disappointing race in Heat 2. Can he make up for that today? In the final, Connor Half in sixth, Sebastian Vochten in seventh, Justin Vonk in eighth. Ninth is Milan Schiphorst, 10th is Jur Drent. 11th Jent de Mone, Jesse Andringa 12th, Kai Abalera in P13. Dieder de Dale 14th, Joshua Lauwersen in 15th, Pelle van Echtel 16th, Storm van Rossum 17th. Looks like he won't take the start. Jara Kiewicz-Bosch in 18th, Leon Herbots in 19th, Matthias Verreken in 20th, Nicky Naruhito Tomase in P21, James van der Poel in P22, Sasha Al-Jabriel in P23, Joshua Virgil in P24, and Lionel Mengui in P25. Tension is building for the juniors. One more race to go to define their weekend. And for some, to define their season. Rounding off the final corner. Left-hand side of screen, Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Right-hand side of screen, Tren van Melick. It's a great start. We are underway and we are racing into turn one. Julian Deuma already up into P4. Can he make that P3 by the end of turn one? It looked like he had a go at it at least. Julian Deuma has to make sure he doesn't get stuck on the outside. He doesn't. Gets up into P3. Julian Deuma back in with a bid at the win here for the juniors. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Tren van Melick, they stay as they were. Lieke van Boekel also there. There is Lieke van Boekel. Already with a bit of a gap though to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Has to be cutthroat here. And here we go, oh, almost up the inside went Julian Deuma. Lieke van Boekel defended it though, saw it coming. And all the while they're losing time on Olivier Mazurkiewicz. All the while they're fighting, Olivier Mazurkiewicz is saying, please continue. I'll happily take whatever I've got right here, right now, and that's P1. 47.6 from Olivier Mazurkiewicz on the first lap. It's about 4/10 quicker than Lieke van Boekel did. Fastest lap of the race. Currently for Joshua Lauwersen. As Matthias Verreken further down the order puts in the fastest lap. He's down in P23, 46.280. They have closed in on Olivier Mazurkiewicz again. Lieke van Boekel in second. Signing to Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Let's go forward together. Lieke van Boekel rapid in a straight line there with the help of the toe. Yellow flags are out in sector 1. Looks to be for Pelle Echtold and Sebastian Vochten. And past into the lead goes Lieke van Boekel. Olivier Mazurkiewicz could not hold on for longer. And Lieke van Boekel capitalizes on that. Now what can Julian Deuma do? Didn't have the best of starts in Heat 1. Came back to still win that heat. Therefore with his P10 in Heat 2, found himself in the top 5 at least. If he averaged all the other positions out, now the question is, what can Lieke van Boekel do? They seem to be able to close that gap in no time. Olivier Mazurkiewicz now has to take a bit of a distance from Lieke van Boekel, so does Julian Deuma. Julian Deuma now getting impatient with Olivier Mazurkiewicz, wants to get past. But obviously, Olivier Mazurkiewicz is seeing his target in front of him, and he wants to stay second. It's allowing Lieke van Boekel to create a bit of a gap this lap. Not much of it though, it gets eaten into again with the slipstream. But at least she knows she doesn't have to defend in turn 1. This time round, 3/10 almost the gap. Nico Holthausen, excuse me, fastest lap of the race, 45.661 on the last tour. Gap towards Lieke van Boekel from Olivier Mazurkiewicz has come down again a bit. Up the inside goes the 210. Atiente Mone on Justin Fonk, the number 223. And there you go, successfully went up the inside. Now let's see on the exit. She's in front of it. When is Julian Deuma going to do something on Olivier Mazurkiewicz? The guys behind are also catching up now. Still 4 minutes and 42 seconds to go. So fair old time. Gap back up to just over 2/10. The longer this takes, the bigger that gap will become for Lieke van Boekel. Almost 3 drivers together now in hot pursuit of Lieke. Another look over the shoulder. Yes, Lieke, you are gaining time on them. 3.5 tenths. They are fighting round the outside. Surely not right. Surely he can. Julian Deuma round the outside of turn 2 on Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Why not? If you can't get him on the inside, try the outside. Of course, a very audacious move, but he made it stick and he has gotten up at the P2. Now, what can Julian Deuma do? He's been so impressive the whole weekend, Julian Deuma. And could the German get a home turf victory? Look at the gap Lieke van Boekel has now. We all thought when Olivier Mazurkiewicz was fighting with Julian Deuma and Julian Deuma got past that was the end of it. The squabbling they've done has allowed Lieke van Boekel to create herself an 8 tenths of a gap. Could this be her day? Could this be the day where Lieke van Boekel gets 5 wins in a row? It has been impressive to watch her throughout the season. Lieke van Boekel has just 2 more laps to go now. Olivier Mazurkiewicz has gotten back past Julian Deuma. The cards in the foreground tell you the story of this race. It's been a hard-fought race. So many drivers still in with a shot at second place. It's a 6 drivers battle. Mazurkiewicz leading it at the moment. Deuma behind. Trent van Meerlijk, Tycho Oldhausen, Diede de Dale and Jente Mone. All involved in it. Diede de Dale already up 8 positions. Final lap has been started. What can Lieke van Boekel? Oh, behind that, look at it. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who made contact with Julian Deuma, has come out of it unscathed though. And he is still in P2, Julian Deuma, dropping down the order. But at the front of the field, Lieke van Boekel rounds the final corner to make it 5 in a row. She wins the junior final at the Erftlandring in Kerpen. Olivier Mazurkiewicz finishes in second. And that brings tears to friends and family. Daan van Melig will take third and Tycho Holthausen fourth. Here's your result then, let's go through it. Lieke van Boekel wins ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz in second. Daan van Melig in third and Tycho Holthausen fourth. Fifth for Dieder Dalen, sixth for Julian Deuma. Seventh for Jente Moni, Justin Funk in eighth. Judred ninth and 10th is Connor Hauff. P11 is Joshua Laurison, P12 is Jesse Andringa. 13, Nicky Naruhito Tomase. 14 is Matthias Verreke. 15 is James van der Pol. 16 Milano Schiphorst. 17 Kaya Balera. 18 Lian Herbots. 19 is Yara Kiewicz-Bosch. And 20th is Joshua Regial. Drivers not seeing the checkered flag. Sasha Al-Jabril, Lionel Minguia, Pelle van Echtelt and Sebastian Vochten. They do not see the checkered flag in this race. Wow, massive battle for P2. Olivier Mazurkiewicz takes it in the end. Up next here at the Erftlandring is the senior final. next up, I said, was the seniors, and that next up is now. Just one more race to go for them as well, and here is your grid order for it. Bram van der Wekke and Lars Lambers on the front row, an all Belgian front row. Max Sadurski in P3 ahead of Luc Neessen in P4. That's an all Dutch second row. Looking forward to that battle. Then Miel Hendricks and Boris Verhagen on row 3. Vince van der Halen and Boris Maximov row 4. Row 5, Philippe Valkas Boshuis. Row 6, Vic van Kampenhout and Mick van den Hout. Row 7, Matthijs Terlouw, Mitch Heinert. Row 8 is Flynn Vitters and Jake Menton. Row 9 is Sepp ter Horst and Nick Soudad. Row 10, Jay Zuurveld, Jorn Jelle Bremer. Row 11 is Sverre Uben and Oliver Lemmens. Row 12, Niels Verkooyen and Rijn van der Meer. Row 13, Bo Alriks and Riemer van Beek. Row 14 is Christian Scheijs and Karel Holmans. And row 15 is Koen Willems and Kevin Schneider. And then there's one more at the back. P31 and last on the grid, Julian van Bossum. Right, again, warm-up lap completed. We're on to the formation lap. And let's see what the seniors can put down. Lars Lambers, Bram van der Wekke, Max Sadurski. That is your top 3 as it stands after the heats. I think that is subject to change as soon as the 5 red lights go out. Right, here we go. We round the final corner. The lights go out at the first time of asking. Mega start from Bram van der Wekke and Max Sadurski. Lars Lambers caught napping on the start. Luc Neessen in P4. Miel Hendricks 5th. Vince van der Halen 6th. Boris Verhagen 7th. Boas Maximov 8th. That's your top 8 as they went into turn 1. Coming out of it. I bet that has changed already. Dust in the background. A kart off the track. We got through turn 2 unscathed. Turn 3 is a different story. Let's hope they're able to clear that and everyone's okay before we get there. Bram van der Wekke still at the front though, ahead of Max Sadurski. Those two had a mega start together. Max Sadurski has gone into the lead. Lars Lambers in second. It was not Bram van der Wekke. Bram van der Wekke was caught napping. Lars Lambers is behind Max Sadurski, who is now your current leader. "12 minutes plus 1 lap for the seniors as well. Here we go, here comes Max Sadurski to round off another lap, lap number 2. New fastest lap of the race by Vince van der Halen, who will look to come back through the field after having to start quite a ways down the order. Is up 4 already and is on the tail of Lars Lambers.
Lars Lambers has been passed by Vince van der Halen, who is on an absolute mission. Has also closed in on Max Sadurski now. And he's on his tail already. He's on the back bumper of Max Sadurski. It took him about a lap and a half, Vince van der Halen. Bram van der Vekke with the fastest lap of the race, 44.853. Side by side for the lead. Vince van der Halen on the outside. Max Sadurski says not quite that easy. You're gonna have to work for it. And working for it, he is. Not without contact, that battle so far. Vince van der Halen trying absolutely everything he can to get past and more. Will he try and make a move up the hill? No, he can't. Has to wait once again. Around the final corner they come. This time it's very, very close. Once again inside defended by Max Sadurski. In both turn 2 and turn 3. Through here then, once again inside, kept closed. Bram van der Vekke, Lars Lambers, all benefiting from this. And everyone able to close up again. The 6-horse race. Max Sadurski, Vince van der Halen, Bram van der Vekke, Lars Lambers, Luc Neese, Boris Verhagen, all involved in that battle for P1. Max Sadurski leading the way. Round the final corner they come. A bit more breathing room this time for Max Sadurski. Will that be his downfall? A look up the inside from Vince van der Halen. Once again, inside, defended. Defends the inside half as well, going into turn 3. And again, no way past for Vince van der Halen. They all keep taking that tight line, just too scared to leave the door open for anyone. Bram van der Vekke and Vince van der Halen, the two chasing down Max Sadurski. Again, a bit of a gap, but still close enough for Max Sadurski to have to think about defending. He does so successfully once again. This is a masterclass in defensive driving by Max Sadurski so far. It's not helping the pace of the race anything, but it's certainly helping the spectacle that the spectators are seeing around the track. And you at home are able to enjoy one of the best racing we get here at Kerpen. With the UKS, extremely competitive field. Max Sadurski, once again with a bit of a gap, but still defending. And here comes round the outside, Bram van der Vekke. Can't think about completing the move, or he would have lost the position to Lars Lambers. Boaz Maximov also getting closer in the midst of all of this. Here we go, once again in turn 1, still the defensive line. Wow, shoving the back for Vince van der Halen. You could just see his neck flop back. That must have hurt. And it's allowed Max Sadurski a bit of a gap. But my oh my. I did not expect to see that going into turn one. Bram van der Vekke once again had a look around the outside, couldn't complete the move. Here we go, down to the turn one again. Bram van der Vekke also looks very close to Vince van der Halen. But no one can pass Max Sadurski. He seems to be making that card as wide as almost the entire track. There is just no way past him by at this point. Perfect defensive driving. And I think if you do the masterclass on how to defend at Kerpen, people are going to watch back this race. Oh, now then. Oh, there was a look around the outside, but not round here. Never are you going to put a card alongside someone else down there. Once again, inside defended. Will stick there. Vince van der Halen has been looking for so many opportunities already. When can he get past this oh so wide Max Sadurski? Look at the amount of cards closing up to this battle as well. They'll have their own battle soon behind them. Look at that. Look at the train Max Sadurski has behind him. Here we go. A minute 27 remaining as they cross the line. A minute 22. Once again into turn one, inside defended. No way past. Here we go, 2 more laps to go. Max Sadurski with the defensive drive of the century so far. Once again, completes that defensive maneuver. Vince van der Halen also not stupid enough to try the outside, because he knows he will lose out positions if he does so. So Max Sadurski is just putting that card where he wants to be and leaving open what he wants Vince van der Halen to go to. But Vince van der Halen doesn't want to go to the outside, and he knows it. 1 more lap remaining. Out of the final corner for one last time. With Vince van der Halen on his rear bumper. Bram van der Vekke, can he make a move around the outside? Decides the better of it. Max Sadurski has to withstand just half a lap more of this. Opens up the left-hander a bit more than he would usually. A bit of breathing space was allowed to Max Sadurski, and he's taken full advantage of it. He's had to work hard for this one. He did not get it for free. Just 1 more corner to go for him now. He'll break into the last corner. He'll round it off, get the exit, and Max Sadurski wins at the Erftlandring, round 5 of UKS. He had to work for that so hard.
Vince van der Halen, Bram van der Vekke were all over him. But Max Sadurski takes home the win. After one of the best defensive drives I've ever seen. Made that card as wide as he could. And no one was able to get past him. Wow, just wow. How are we gonna top that in the next sessions? Here's your result and Max Sadurski wins ahead of Vince van der Halen, Bram van der Vekke in third. That's your podium. Luc Neeson fourth, Lars Lambers fifth, Boas Maximov sixth, Boris Verhagen seventh, Miel Hendricks 8th, Philippe Valk 9th, Mick van der Hout 10th, Matthijs de Lauw 11th, Johan Jelle Bremer 12th, 13th Sverre Uben, Cas Boshuis 14th, 15th Flint Fitters, 16th is Riemer van Beek, 17th Mitch Heiners, 18th Jake Menton, 19th Koen Willems, Sepp de Rost in 20th, Niels Verkooyen in 21st, Jay Zuurveld 22nd, Vic van Kampenau 23rd, Bo Walrix 24th, Rij van der Meer 25th, Kevin Schneider 26th, 27th Tristan Scheijs, 28th Julian van Bossum, 29th is Kaal Holmans. And the drivers not seeing the checkered flag in this race are Nick Soudant and Olivier Lemmens. Wow. Wow, 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 just wow. Up next here at the Erftlandring is DD2 and DD2 Masters.
Ik wil even voor de vereniging halen, hè. Weet je wat ze erin hebben? Fucking hard. Nou, en ik heb zo het hoofd uit hoe het pakt. En nu is het dood uit. Dat weet ik. Maar kantjes zijn niet erbij.
Races, okay, dus
moet je even kijken. Hij loopt een beetje achter. Nee, maar kijk, als we eindigen om 30-20 de laatste race. Ja, dat zijn 2 races in een half uur rally. Ja, dat is over een half uur. Ja, daarom, dat doe je niet. Ja, we zijn zeker weten over een uur en we zijn zeker weten klaar. Ik denk dat ik klaar als toen mijn vader appte met helpen. Hey, iedereen zit al, er staat ieder voor te houden. Yo, nou wat zeg je dan? Hier zo door. Ja, ik heb je nu op de tas in. We hebben een telefoon is 16. Ja. Ik ben het dansen. Dansen wij.
All right then, time for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's have a look at the starting grid here. Then Julian Klosman will start on the pole position ahead of Jordi Clairbeau in second. Scott Westhoven's third, Axel Goes fourth, Imke Arts fifth, Ralf van der Pavert sixth, Jur Valkenaar seventh, Vincent van Kerkhoven eighth, Dimitri Ostrogowski in ninth, 10th Wout Kirstjens, 11th Gwen Blokzeil, 12th is Carl Clairbeau, 13th is Erwin Montfort, Pepijn Rietman 14th, 15th is Hugo Clabot, 16th Jesse Spaan, Sky van der Werf in 17th, 18th is Wim Rouleau, 19th Christoph Adams, 20th is Filip Wisniewski, 21st Dirk van Koer, 22nd Dennis Siemensma, and 23rd is Ton van Weert. A good grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters. They leave it late again to form up here. In DD2, it's Axel Goes leading the way. And in DD2 Masters, it's Dirk van Koert. Axel Goes championship leader, Daan in fourth. Julian Klosman, fourth in the championship. He is on the pole. Here we go then. First time of asking. Looks like a very contended start. Yes, we will. First time of asking. Caught napping is the left row during the start. Loads of positions lost. Through turn one, we go up and over each other. Suboptimal, one car turned around, but seemingly able to keep going. Julian Kloosman, Scott Westovens, Imke Arts, that's how we crossed the line. That was your top three. And that's how we are now. Across the line, top five is as follows: Julian Kloosman, Scott Westovens, Imke Arts, Axel Goes, Jurgen Valkenaars. In that order is your top five. With a bit of a gap already for Julian Kloosman. About 0.5 of a second is what it was across the line. Across the line they come. Julian Kloosman still in the lead. 9/10 is the gap for him at the moment. Scott Westovens in P2. Ahead of Imke Arts in P3. Battle behind that rages on as well. Jordi Claire-Beau involved in it. Another battle is Hugo Clabo, Vincent Kerkhoven, and Pepijn Rietman. That's also a battle a bit further back in the field. But here the battle for P1 and P2 and 3 is the biggest battle. Scott Westovens, Imke Arts. Julian Kloosman is driving away. The gap once again has opened up even further. 1.7 seconds this time around. Imke Arts, 4/10 back on Axel Goes. But what can Axel Goes do? A second place wouldn't be dramatic for his championship either. Another look up the inside for Imke Arts. Can't make it past this time. Axel Goes still ahead. Scott Westovens has now gone past Imke Arts as well because of that. That was the look up the inside from Scott Westovens. Has allowed Axel Goes to give himself a bit of a gap. Still 6 minutes remaining. 1.5 seconds. The gap is coming down slowly but surely. And here's that battle again for the last spot on the podium. One of the drivers sadly having to retire. Another one. But the top two is getting ever closer, it looks like. Imke Arts, can she make a move on Scott Westovens this time around? Has a look at it, contact between the two, and Scott Westovens into the tire barrier. And is that the end of the race for him, or can he continue? One thing's for sure, for certain, he won't have the result that he was hoping for. No trophy going the way of Scott Westovens. Wout Christians might now be the one having to pick having picked up that podium spot. Gap extended last time again between Kloosman and Axel Goes. The gap staying the same this time around. Imke Arts dropped down to 6th. And Wout Christians is the one having picked up 3rd place now, up 7. For the 4.66 of Wout Christians. Three minutes 40 remaining, just under. Plenty of racing still to be done in that time. Julian Kloosman and Axel Goes. That gap is staying the same. Julian Kloosman keeping a keen eye on how far away Axel Goes is about Christians. That's not a battle for 3rd place. 3/10 between him and Jordi Clairbeau. They've both gained quite a bit, about Christians and Jordi Clairbeau. But of course, Jordi Clairbeau still down 2 from where he started. Does now put in the fastest lap of the race though last time around, Jordi Clairbeau, 44.543. Wout Christians, Jordi Clairbeau and Jur Valkenaars are the ones still scrapping over 3rd place. The rest seems to be a little too far back. Minute 35 remaining to hang on to first place for Axel Goes. Last time around opened up the gap by 2/10 again. Fastest lap of the race now for Axel Goes. 44.508. That was the previous lap though. Here we go. 2 more laps remaining after the one we're currently entering. So 3 more laps from here. Julian Kloosman, Axel Goes, those two seem to be settled. Who is going to take that last spot on the podium? Ralf van der Pavert also adding himself to that battle now. Imke Arts slightly outside of it after that contact. Possibly something mechanically wrong with that kart. Wout Kershens looks set to take it with the gap he has. 2/10 it was last time round. 2 more remaining. Can anyone, can Jordi Clairboy, Jurgen Valkenhuis or Ralf van der Pavert do anything about Wout Kershens taking 3rd place? For Imke Arts. And Scott Westhovens. This is a massive points loss in the championship. Imke Arts was 3rd, will probably not stay 3rd after this race. Especially with Julian Kloosman, her closest rival behind her, taking the full shebang in terms of points. If he does finish where he is now, he has started the final lap. And to be fair, as soon as he got out in front and he created himself that tiny bit of a gap, it never really looked in doubt. Julian Kloosman's gonna round the final corner and win DD2 at Kerpen. Axel Goes tried, he will end up 2nd, just 1.8 seconds behind Julian Kloosman. Wout Kershens will get 3rd place, a hard-fought 3rd place. So, your result for DD2 and DD2 Masters, Julian Kloosman wins ahead of Axel Goes, Wout Kershens in 3rd, Jordi Clairboy 4th, Jurgen Valkenhuis 5th, Ralf van der Pavert in P6, P7 Imke Arts, 8th Vincent van Kerkhoven, 9th Pepijn Rietman, Kai van der Werf in P10. Then 11th, Hugo Clairboy, Erwin Montfort, P12, Carl Clairboy, P13, Dennis Siemensma, P14, Gwen Bloksel, 15th, Dirk van Koert, Christoph Adams, 15th and 17th, or 16th and 17th, excuse me, Wim Rouleau, 18th, Scott Westhovens, 19th, and 20th was Filip Wisniewski. All of those drivers I just named, the last 3, not see the checkered flag. Wim Rouleau, Scott Westhovens, Filip Wisniewski, Tom van Weert, Jesse Spaans and Dimitri Ostrovsky not seeing the checkered flag. Right, 2 more to go here at the Erftlandring. It's KZ2 up next. All right, it's time for the KZ2 Final. And it's Enzo Bol on the pole position. Who else than Enzo Bol on pole position? Jens Streur in second, Mika van der Pavert in third, Luca Bremer in fourth, Daniel ten Bak in fifth, Ser Wouters in sixth, Jelte Bauma seventh, Nelson Berghuis in P8, Nick Pluimers in ninth, Chantal van Haandel in 10th, and Kane Inche in P11. Not starting is Sam van Voskuilen. Sam van Voskuilen was on your graphic. He will not be starting this race. All right, race start done. It's time to get going. 5 red lights are on, they're out. We're underway with the final. Not getting going at all. Daniel ten Bak drops all the way down the order. Enzo Bol, good start for him. Jens Streur, good start. Mika van der Pavert, good start. Everyone has had a good start so far. And who now can keep up with Enzo Bol? We know, everyone knows that when he gets out in front, he's almost unstoppable, Enzo Bol. KZ2, it's Enzo Bol leading the way with Mika van der Pavert. Oh, into the gravel, the 204. The 204 of Ser Wouters into the gravel. Helplessly trying to push it out. And that's it. Race done and dusted. For Ser Wouters, visibly angry, but Enzo Bol at the front. The gap was a second almost. Gap back down to 5/10. Mika van der Pavert on an absolute roll so far in this race. He cannot believe it, Ser Wouters. I can see that on my commentary box window. Cannot believe it. Enzo Bol comes through. Where they chasing Mika van der Pavert. Gap back up to almost a second. Jens Streur is the one behind Mika van der Pavert, who's trying to chase him down. He's trying to get second place away from Mika. Around the outside, looking for the move, not getting the move though. Mika van der Pavert and Jens Treur battling it out for second place. Enzo Bol has bolted. Pun intended. Jens Treur and Mika van der Pavert in that battle for second place across the line. Mika van der Pavert still ahead of Jens Treur into turn one. A bit too far away, I think, to even think about a move there, Jens Treur. Chantal van Handel and Nick Pluimer is also a close battle. Sarah Wout is our only retirement so far. Kane at the back of the grid with Luca Bremer. Nelson Berghuis there as well. That was one of our closest battles in the field. Gap now up to over 2 seconds for Enzo Bol. The more laps he turns, the better it starts looking. Mika van der Pavert still ahead of Jens Treur, still that gap around 0.3 of a second. Good battle between Daniel Ten Bak and Chantal van Handel as well for 5th place. There is that battle. Jelte Bauma just in front of the two. And just behind it is Nelson, or Nick Pluimers, excuse me. So biggest gain is then Chantal van Handel up 4 positions. And Jelte Bauma up 3 positions. Enzo Bol up 0, but up 2.7 seconds. And the battle continues for 5th place between Ten Bak and Van Handel. Here is that battle, look at it. This is the closest one we have. That is for 2nd place, Mika van der Pavert and Jens Treur. No changes for quite a while now. But Jens Streu is getting closer to Mika van der Pavert. Gap just over 0.2 of a second now. Jens Streu is getting closer to Mika van der Pavert. Just 3 minutes to go now. Also 3 minutes only for Enzo Bol to hang on to what would be a mega win again. To make it 3 in a row for him as well. The gap ever growing between Enzo Bol and Mika van der Pavert. And can is my question. Nick Pluimer's add himself to that battle for 5th place. He's definitely closing in on them. The question at this point is, can he get close enough? Here is that battle that continues for 2nd place. Jelte Bouma can only see it happen in the distance. 2 more laps to go for Enzo Bol. Enzo Bol has absolutely bolted. There you go. There it is again. Pun intended. 5.7 seconds ahead. One of the biggest leads I've ever seen in KZ2. And not something you see usually. A majestic performance from Enzo Bol. And he has just 1 more lap to finish it off. One more lap also for Mika van der Pavert to hang on to 2nd place. That gap is only 0.6 of a second. Here we go then. Mika van der Pavert will not get to him. Enzo Bol rounds the final corner to win the KZ2 final in Kerpen at the Erftlandring.
A mega result from Enzo Bol, 5 seconds ahead of Mika van der Pavert. And Jens Treur couldn't get to Mika van der Pavert either. That gap was 8/10 at the end as well. Jelte Bouma in 4th, ahead of Chantal van Haandel in 5th. That was quite close between Chantal van Haandel and Daniel ten Bak. Only 3/10 of a second. Same goes for Nick Pluimers and Daniel ten Bak. Right, there is your result. Enzo Bol wins ahead of Mika van der Pavert in 2nd. Jens Treur in 3rd. Jelte Bouma 4th. Chantal van Haandel 5th. Daniel ten Bak 6th and Nick Pluimers 7th. Luca Bremer in 8th. 9th is Nelson Berghuis and 10th. And the last finisher is Kane Inche. The two not seeing the checkered flag were Ser Wouters and Sam van Voskuilen. Ser Wouters are only retirement in the race. One more to go here at Kerpen, 1 more to go here at the Erftlandring, and the last one is KZ2 Masters.
All right, as we are on to the final formation lap of the weekend. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's the final formation lap of the weekend already. It's for KZ2 Masters. And it's the final coming up for you. Let's have a look at the grid then for KZ2 Masters. Mick Bertram starts on the pole position. And Jeroen Bos in second. Glenn van den Hoek in third. Sebastian Koppenol, he starts in fourth. Erik Angenent in P5. Maarten Versteeg in P6. Bas Steen in seventh. Edgar Oosting in P8. P9 for Mike Hendricks. P10 for Mark Verhoeven. And P11 for Benno Ridder. Those are all 11 drivers. All 11 drivers will take the start, which is always good to say. And in the championship, it's Mick Bertram, who is in P1. Jeroen Bos is in second. And he didn't have the best of results in the first round and the last round at Bergen. So he'll be looking to gain some points back on Mick Bertram. As we are getting some cloud cover now, which the drivers and everyone sitting here at the track will appreciate. Right, here we go then. As they line up. Mick Bertram on the left-hand side, right-hand side of the screen, Jeroen Bos. Those are also the top two in the championship. Glenn van den Hoek in third, also third in the championship. Could be a big round. The green flag at the back of the grid is out. The 5 red lights on the gantry. They're out, we're underway and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter, but Mick Bertram and Jeroen Bos go side by side in the turn 1. Inside for Mick Bertram, inside for Mick Bertram, and he does get through. Jeroen Bos for a second was ahead, but Mick Bertram says the inside line is mine, and if I have the inside line, I go through. Glenn van den Hoek then in third, Sebastian Koppenol fourth, Maarten Versteeg jumped Erik Angenant. Edgar Oosting stayed the same. Mark Verhoeven jumped both of them. Bas Steen dropped down. Benno Ridder up against Mick Hendricks. And that is your opening lap almost already completed. And Mick Bertram does so with a bit of a gap. So now the question is, Mick Bertram, Jeroen Bos, how close can they stay? Can Jeroen Bos take away the victory from Mick Bertram? Every time Mick Bertram has not won a race, it was Jeroen taking it from him, except the first race. Then it was Sam Ward taking the victory. All the other times it was Jeroen Bos ahead of Mick Bertram. Could he get one over him now? Ten minutes of racing remaining today. Sebastian Koppenol, fastest lap of the race. Jeroen Bos on the back of Mick Bertram now. Just 3/10 the gap between them. Here's the battle for the lead. Mick Bertram, Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek. All three involved. It's also your top three in the championship, so it's more than just a battle on track here. We're getting towards the latter stages of the championship as well. Oh, contact there. Contact was made. I was looking at the calendar and at the championship and contact was made. The question is, who was it? It looks like it was Mick Bertram who was turned round. That could have massive consequences. No, he's still there. But he has dropped off a bit. Here we go, we're going to see across the line now. Yeah, Mick Bertram dropping down the order. Mick Bertram is out. The leader in the championship is out. Jeroen Bos will get the points back that he lost in the last round. And Mick Bertram is still driving. But not at any sort of mega speed. The radiator is bent. Could just see him coming past my commentary box window. Jeroen Bos, now your new leader of the race. By 1.5 seconds even. Bedder also dropping down the order. Mick Bertram also still in the race, but soon might be a lap behind. Mick Bertram, leader in the championship, and at the moment of the crash in the race as well. Made contact, went round, facing the wrong direction. And as championship leader, that's your worst nightmare. Jeroen Bos will have said thank you. Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek were the ones now fighting it out. That's not happening. .4 seconds is the gap now. And thus we focus on the battle a little further back. Maarten Versteeg, Erik Angenant. That is the battle for the last spot on the podium. And there is that battle between Maarten Versteeg, Erik Angerand and Edgar Oosting, who's also closing in on those two. And at the inside, goes the 165. Erik Angenand into P3, up onto the podium. Maarten Versteeg now has to watch out, lost momentum. Edgar Oosting also behind him now. Another battle a bit further back is between Benno Ridder and Mick Bertram. Bostein floating somewhere in between. As Jeroen Bos extends the gap at the front to 3.4 seconds. The battle behind that is raging on. Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek, the gap ever increasing, 3.8 seconds this time round. 6.3 then to Erik Angenand, and then the battle for 4th place now. Since Erik has gone past, he's done a mega job. And he's increased that gap to 1.3 seconds to Edgar Oosting in P4. Mike Hendricks, Maarten Versteeg, Bostein, Mark Verhoeven, Benno Ridder. Here they come up the hill again. Edgar Oosting. That battle we just saw is between Mike Hendricks and Maarten Versteeg. That is for 5th place. Biggest gainers in the field then. There is 2 of them, Edgar Oosting and Mike Hendricks. Both up 4. Maarten Versteeg in 6th, and Bostein, they stayed where they were. And then there's a further 3 drivers up 2 positions, Erik Angenand, Mark Verhoeven and Benno Ridder. And then up 1 is Jeroen Bos and Glenn van den Hoek. But of course, down 9 is Mick Bertram. Who will not be happy. With how this race has gone. Jeroen Bos is gonna get a massive swing in points here in the championship, and he needed that. To reinstate what was his before. Although I think in the way it happened, he won't be too happy with. Of course, you want to fight it out with your rival on the track. One more lap to go, one more lap of racing for Jeroen Bos, one more lap of racing for the spectators here to enjoy and for you at home. It was a mega race. until Mick Bertram DNF. Then the gap opened up for Jeroen Bos. And Jeroen Bos never looked back from there. It's a victory lap now with 4.9 seconds of a lead. He can take his time as he rises up the hill. He only has the final corner to go now. Jeroen Bos will round off the final corner to win KZ2 Masters. Round 5 of the United Karting Series at Circuit Erftlandring in Kerpen. A great result in the championship for Jeroen Bos, with Mick Bertram DNFing down in P10. What a race it was. There you go. They have enjoyed it this weekend as well. It might have been hot out there, but the marshals and all the safety personnel here on the track, we have to thank them, because without them, we cannot go racing. And however hot it may be out there, they're always ready to do what is asked of them and enjoy a good bit of racing. So a big thank you to all of the marshals and all the safety personnel around the track for allowing us to go racing. They really are a special breed out there, being out there with this weather. Here you go, Jeroen Bos will win the race ahead of Glenn van den Hoek in second, Erik Angenand in P3, P4 Edgar Oosting, P5 Mike Hendricks, 6th is Maarten Versteeg, 7th Bas Steen, 8th is Mark Verhoeven and Benno Ridder in P9. The two drivers not seeing the checkered flag were Mick Bertram and Sebastian Koppenol. They DNF'd from the race, sadly. Well then, as I just said, a big thank you to everyone who made it possible for us to race this weekend. Safety personnel and all the organization of the UKS. A big thank you to you at home for watching, of course. And again, a big thank you to our marshals. Without, we cannot go racing. It was very hot here in Kerpen, but it was a very exciting 5th round of the UKS Championship. We'll be back on the 5th and 6th of September at Circuit Park Bergen. Until then, stay safe, and we'll see you there. Bye-bye.